Thank you, JC. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to part 2 of today's stream. I'm Katiana. We are picking up exactly where we left off. I have been running around the end trying to find shulker shells without much luck. Our dear new friend, Sheepette, has been out here keeping the peace. Thank you, Sheepette. Keep up the good work. And Potox has told us to feel free to raid his place to get the shulker shells. So, by gosh, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to, remember how to turn this on. We're going to hit this once. Wait for the door to open. Go through the door. And wait for the door to close. I remembered. Good job, me. Okay, so here is his system, and we need shulker shells. He has 7! Oh, bless his heart. I need 6. Go ahead and take them all. Okay. Not the shulker boxes. I have requested them. They're just not coming. Or does it just take a really long time for them to come? They will, you just have tons of chests. Gotcha! You never did put the booster on there. Oh, it's a very long pipe. Gotcha. Okay, there's the first 6. I need 6, and Potox had 7. So and there is the 7th. Whew! 51? Dear God, man! Oh, thank you very much, Potox, for the contribution to the cause. Excuse me, Sheepette, I need to use the bed. Much appreciated. Okay, excuse me, Sheepette. Thank you. Here. Okay, wait. No, not this again. Okay. So now we will be able to rearrange our inventory here and collect. This goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Oh, not that. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. These go up there. And these go down here. And I need to collect more golden apples. Okay. No! Thank you. Okay, now where were we in the rotation? We were at the very start of a rotation. Okay. So, at the start of a rotation, we're gonna do... Oh, no. Okay, no, that'll work. We just need to put in the date, and then this. Don't we? Or did I mess that one up? I've got awkward potions. So if I just put that in there? Okay, somehow I managed to mess those three up. Great. Let's try this again. One of you, one of you, one of you, three of you. Not sure what happened there. It got completely messed up. Thank you, Potox, for welcoming me back. Much appreciated. And thank you again for the use of the shulker shells. Okay, put those there. I can put my book away. Okay, then we're going to put this and this and this. 1, 2, 3 here. Here. Why I have trouble putting the bottles in the right place. If I start with awkward potions, it doesn't seem to want to work. I have to start from the beginning. There's that. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, and 1, and 2, and 3. Okay. Another wart and bone. 1, 2, 3. I can maybe use those awkward potions in the regular brewing stand if I need a one-of potion or something. There are those. And then we have this. And the shulker shell bottles. So I am making the 1,000,001 potions needed to make the enchanted golden apples, which are needed for the engineering meals package. So I am working on making engineering student meals, which is going to be this monstrosity. So I need to get a few more builder's teas. I have the vegetable curry, I have the mango habanero, and I have the plum pudding, thanks in part to your Woodland Mansion escapades, where we had the double secret rooms filled with food. That gave me the vegetable curry, the mango habanero wings, and the majority of the plum puddings I needed for this craft. My clockwork bees are making me the builder's teas, so that's taken care of. And now I'm making the enchanted golden apples. And I need not quite a stack of each one of these 6 tasks to be able to make the engineering student meals. And it's been oh so much fun. This is how we have spent our entire afternoon so far, has been making apples. So much fun making apples. But at least we're doing it with the potion brewer. It would be so much more work if we were doing it manually in a brewing stand. So I'm glad we have the potion brewer up and running. That has helped tremendously. And for the most part, I had a lot of the ingredients on hand for making all of these potions. There was just a handful of things that we needed to run around and get. We needed to get more nether wart. We needed to make more glowstone, so our glowstone bee did some work. We needed the shulker shells. We needed to go get some more dates for the glistering dates. But we had been picking up the dusty bones from the atom, so we had those. Oh, I need more bottles. Bottles. Ooh, need to make more bottles. Okay. That in there for now. Bottles. Okay, so then we're going to need another wart and a dusty bone. And 1, 2, 3. And then the only thing we then were short on was the shulker shells. Oh, good thought. Well, let me put them in there. We should try that. Let me do one more of these. We'll try that on the next round here, quick. 1, 2, 3. So it would be nice to use those up. Although they don't stack. So then I would end up wasting my ingredients. I just thought of that. If they don't stack, I can't put 3 of them in at the same time. I would end up wasting my ingredients. Say I'm off 1. There we go. 3, 2, 2, 1. Use apple. Grab those. Here, recipe, apple. There's 2 more. Because these don't stack. And so if I can't put them in at the same time, I wonder if I would waste ingredients. I might try it with the dusty bones since I have extras of those. Let's try that, because I have extra dusty bones. Okay, so if I put this here, no, it will not go there. And I can't put it back here either. So, yeah, that's... Oh, can I put it like that? No. Yep, I think those are going to have to be used in the manual brewing station at this point, which is not a problem. I'm sure there's going to be some potions I'm going to have to make manually. But I have to make 45 of these apples because I've gotten 15 of them through looting. Because I need a total of 60. So that is what we're doing. Okay. And we've increased our netherwort farm. So we've got a good sized patch of that growing now. So we'll have plenty of netherwort for either more potions or other crafts that we need netherwort for. So that's good. Is the audio on the microphone at a good level here? I did play with the settings on it, so hopefully it is loud enough that you can hear me right now. And we did leave the settings on the ambient turned down at 25%. So hopefully between those two things, you'll be able to hear me okay. Hopefully. I think somehow the settings on my headphone got cranked down to like nothing on the microphone. And it's not within Windows because JC suggested I check that and it was at 100% in Windows. So it was fine there. But my audio apparently was just way too quiet on the microphone. So I cranked it way up. So hopefully the microphone is loud enough now. The only thing we can think of is that it's some setting of some kind in OBS that is goofy, which I'm just not familiar enough with OBS to know what that might be. Okay, there is another apple. Okay, back over here. So we've got you, apple, you, 1, 2, 3. Avy Navy coming in with a self-care check right off the bat. So everybody should stretch, hydrate, clean your glasses, save your game, get up, move around, take a restroom break if you need to, whatever you need to do to take the best care of you possible. Now would be a great time to do that. Thank you, Avy Navy. Glad to see you made it back. I am having a Pepsi, and I am enjoying some lovely tomato soup. My throat is a bit sore after talking for 4.5 hours after not streaming all week. It was like, oh, I had forgotten what this is like. Yes, most definitely. I'll get this next one started. Go drop these off. So, close to the end of potion brewing. Yes, I have a little bit of tea in the house, so if my throat feels aggravated by the end of tonight, I may have some. I think some hot soup will help. Which is why I went the soup route for my dinner. Part of it too, I think, was the shouting and the screaming and the enjoyment from the concert last night was not like football level quality of shouting and screaming, but there was a lot of hooting and hollering, that's for sure. It was a lovely, lovely time at the concert. Use get another apple. 42. One round left of potion making. Almost there. Almost done. Goes in there. That goes in there. You. You. And you. It was just an absolute lovely concert, and Akimidori enjoyed it ever so much when Mr. Elfman came out and started performing. She was just in cloud nine. Absolutely in cloud nine. And then after he finished performing, he came off and they did an encore with the music of Alice in Wonderland, which was very cool. And then he came back out and did an encore himself, and it was singing Oogie Boogie song from Nightmare Before Christmas. And the conductor played the role of Santa Claus. So he whipped out a Santa Claus hat and he put it on and he played the role of Santa Claus. And of course the audience was doing the Oogie Boogie parts back to him, and it was just, yeah, it was just so much fun. I told Akumadori, I'm like, hey, technically you've performed with Danny Elfman now, and she's just like, ah. It was a blast. Absolutely a blast. It was. It was very fun. They had a violinist who, if you're familiar with Lindsay Sterling and the way that she plays the violin, she did a solo for Edward Scissorhands where she was literally just bouncing around the stage playing at this incredible rate of speed. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, they had the music of Batman and Edward Scissorhands. And Corpse Bride and Mars Attacks. And one called Big Fish, which I don't know that one. But my son-in-law is like, "Oh, that's a really good one," and I'm like, "I do not know that one at all. That movie does not ring a bell for me, like in the least." And it's got Ewan McGregor and Danny DeVito in it, so I mean, you would think that'd be one I would know, but no, does not ring a bell. Uh, how did my netherite helmet switch with the shulker shells? Why is my netherite helmet switching with the shulker shells? Okay, you have a good evening. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. What the literal F? The shulker shells keep going to my head. I think my game has desynced. Something has happened because the shulker shells keep going to my head. Literally. Let me disconnect and reconnect because something weird is happening. But yeah, you have a good night, Potox. I'm going to reconnect and hopefully those shulker shells are behaving themselves. It's like, did Potos give me haunted shulkers? What's going on? Are we getting close to having a memory leak issue that we have to reboot? They're on my head again. What is going on? Why can't... This is like Bizarro World. I don't know what's going on. Yes? Dear goodness gracious, people. That over there. That there. That there. Give me my helmet back. That was the strangest thing ever. Use. Here. Apple. Grab these. Use. Here. Apple. 45 apples. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna leave this and this here. We'll get our backpack. There's our apples. Okay. Then we can put the glowstone dust in there. We'll put the nether wart in there. That can go in there. Put this in there. Hello. I can put the rest of the golden apples away. Put the rest of this away. Then we need to go into here. Which one of this should be this one? Take that out. Grab my shears. Okay. Oh, I put the glass bottles away. Welcome back. Goodness, the gyrations I had to do to separate those last two shulker shells from each other. It was like they were magnetized and did not want to separate. Like, no matter what I did, they would not separate. I finally had to put them into my storage system to split them apart. It was ridiculous. Okay, put that in there. We'll put that in there. Then hopefully we will get some builder's teas. think we need 7. Did I have... They're copper. Oh, I had glowstone ones already in here. Dang it, I didn't realize I did. Okay, there's one. I want to say it's 7. I think we need 7 Ts to be ready to move forward with the craft. Otherwise, we may need to wait for another batch of combs from our bees to process. Yes, I suppose you could say that. It was weird because every time I tried to separate them, the 2 shulkers would go on my head. And I'm like, I don't know why they're doing that. It was really bizarre. Okay, we are not getting... very good luck on our tea. Like, at all. Yikes. 23 combs and we only got 1 tea. Okay, wait, we're not quite done yet. Come on. Ouch. Well, this is going to be a problem. Okay. We can... put a second one to work in there. And I see where they have... eaten one of the floors. Which is weird because in there, they very rarely do. I wonder if this is going to be a problem where I need to monitor this one more carefully because you're going to start converting them. I can change the floors out. I mean, that wouldn't be a problem. This one being an emerald takes a lot longer to get to max, but it will make 20 combs once it does. This one, it only has a single bee, so it will fill up to max faster. But yeah, that only one. So we can put that up to 6. So we need 6 more teas. And then we will be good to go. See, that goes downstairs. That, ooh. I was needing that for something, and I don't remember what it was. I'm sure whatever it was, though, was very, very important. I'm guessing that kitty cat has meandered its way away. Drop that off, drop that off, drop that off. Drop that off. Fish. More potatoes. Potatoes. Fish. Somewhere I had, where did I put all of those raw fish? Did you do that? Nah. Was this one? Yeah, this is the one. Oh. Hello? Hello! We have a new kitty. Okay. Thank you. Come home with me. Okay. Now, you are going to immediately get in trouble somewhere. I'm not sure where, but it... Well, that didn't take long. cat has made itself at home. Okay, cat is on my bed. Cat replaced. Okay, the cat didn't stay on the bed. Okay, cat. Can we get the cat? Potox, how did you get down? Cat. Sheepette, did you push Potox off of the floor? Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, oh no. Okay, the cat. Okay, now the cat is laying on the bed. And purring. Oh my god. Look, the cat is happy. Can you hear that? Okay. Cat. 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 Cat, you're adorable and all that, but I need you to get off the bed so you can come get a new home to sit in. Oh my god, this cat listens as well as the dog does. Cat. Cat. Oh my god, it's a purring machine. Cat. Cat. The cat doesn't stop. Cat. Hey, cat. Cat, come here. Cat? Hey, cat. Cat. Oh my god, it really doesn't. Come on, cat. Cat, come here. Cat, come here. Yeah, cat. Hey, cat, come here. Cat. Cat. Okay. Cat, you're an Ars Nouveau cat. Okay. Cat, replace. We're good. Alright, now. Seeds. Seeds, parrot. Parrot. I think those are bees rather than parrots, but we can look. Carefully. We will look carefully. Okay, this worries me. We have so many just empty holes. That's the monkey. We don't need the monkey. More monkey. Hello. It's a Sylph. Hello, Sylph. Hello. I might want one of those later. Let's hang on to him for now. In the past, we've seen the parrots in and among these jungle trees. Because we have this little swath of jungle. Oh, I didn't realize we had a cave here. No, don't need to go caving. We need to go parroting. 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 Another plum tree. It's a peg. There's a ton of mossy cobblestone up here in case we need that. The gazelles made it up here. What? Are you kidding me? Yolanda the Frightened? Yo, little Sylph. I got 2 iron golems? Wait, what? 3? 3? JC, do you want a new golem? You want to come get Yolanda? I mean, I don't have room for this many golems. Holy cow! golems. That's insane. Goodbye. Oh, that was rude. Oh, look it, here come the ants. Get out of their way. Great big ravine. That's a forest bee. There's the gazelle. Looks like we are not seeing any parrots today. We may just have to keep an eye out for them later. It's usually where I've seen them. They've either been over by my base because they've flown that way, or they've been over here in this jungly area. I'm not seeing any right now. And they do usually make themselves fairly well known. Okay. Hello. I brought you company for the future. I know. I can't believe it myself. Like we have a whole family of golems. Which is very cool. Okay, so this is up to 5, so we can shear you. And, oh. Okay. Yep. Oh, I need to be on this side, thank you. And you're only up to 2. Okay. Can we get 1 out of those 3? Please? Pretty please? Look at that! We got 1 right away! Come on. We got 1 out of 23 before, and there we get 1 right away. Well, I mean, I would add 1 to your dungeon, but I only have a surplus of golems in E6E. I don't have a surplus of golems in Sevtech. Now, I could construct one in Sevtech and have it living down in your blood magic dungeon / housing area. We could certainly do that. Okay, so good news, we got another builder's tea. Grab our bag. Up to 7. 5 more. I'm pretty sure I don't... Why do we have Italian beef in here? Oh, I bet... Oh, these are... I bet these are Kumidori getting caught up on her rewards. Oh, she got specialized projectiles. Oh my. Get that throw. Those things in there. Throw that in there. Moonstone and Sunstone, those both belong in here, which is already full. Token of Joy goes in here, which is already full. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta find out some place to put all of these shaders, because I've got a bazillion shaders, and I don't need this many. Really, really don't need that many. Okay, that goes in here. I can put the sandwiches in the fridge. Cat. Glyph goes in here. Again, I can hear it on the other side of the wall. I don't know where that is. It's very strange. That's Botania. Just a little sorting done here while we're waiting for the bees to get some work done. Industrial foregoing stuff. I believe I have that stuff in... Where is that one at? I think they're in here. Okay, that goes in here. Task completed blast furnace. Task completed blast furnace for what? idea what that's for. I completed a task for somewhere. Something. No idea what. Oh, snap. Fortunately, it was empty. That did not cause any issues. Okay. Okay. That's the one we're working on. Those are the banners. That we're working on for something. That's astral sorcery. That goes there. That is... I think I have those going in there. Yes. Seeds. That's create. Seeds and create. Okay, so that gets that one caught up. But here, here, here. It's astral sorcery. That's nature's aura. I've got one of those already. I remember that. Oh, 4 more runes to sacrifice. Hang on. We can add those to here. Let's see. Sacrifice are the red ones, so we can do... Let's change... And then we'll put the... Got 1 speed there, so then we'll put... I have 2 speeds, so I can put a speed here. And I can put a speed here. Gives me 4 blank runes. We can go and add those to... here. I'm up to 12 blank runes towards our tier 4. What a deal. Okay, that, my pedestals can get moved into here. That, and that can all get moved into here. You know, here, 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 here. Shoot is create, so that should go in here. And that can go in there. Okay, that's ours, that's ours, that's ours. These 2 are thermal, so that should go in here. Oops. Not in my backpack. Ours, ours. Cat. Cat, I can't get into that one when you're in there. Which of course you know that. And you don't care. Okay. Knives, knives. That's the good shovel. I think Kumidori borrowed the good shovel for something, so she must have brought it back. And here is, Where's the hose? There's hose. Okay, so then the configurator can go here. Then book and book. And that one I think is Akuma Dori's Akashic Tome. Then that one goes in here. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me. That does. Oh no, wait, that's the pristine emerald. I'm not quite sure how Potox got down here from up there, unless he got pushed by the golem. Silly Potox. Okay, so I think we'll move these two mechanism things here, and then put that in there, because I already have one. That frees this one up, and we can move that away. Alright. That cleans it up a little bit. Let's check our bees again. How are you doing? You're up to 3. You're both up to 3. Silly bees. Now, I do have 172 hours. And I'm not sure if that is a meaningful use of my hours. I don't think I don't see that I have any clockwork ones in there. And I'm not storing any clockwork ones in here. So we can probably bring our bees out and put them away. Very nice bee management. I wonder... With that being under the water, I wonder if that's another foundry. Still at 3. Okay, you're at 5. Okay. I got 1 out of 3 before. Will I get that lucky again? Because that would be, like, amazing. Not on the first one. Come on, keep the tea coming. got stuff out of 1 out of the 3. Yikes. That one was extremely unlucky. Okay, well, we should probably maybe process all of that. The nuggets we can put away. Just like doing cleanup while we're waiting for the bees. Okay, so we're gonna go alley-oop, and alley-oop, and alley-oop, and alley-oop. Oh. Oh, there's a limit to how much I can alley-oop. Didn't realize that. Can I put a backpack on top of that chute and then it will alley-oop through the chute? This one. We'll come back later and see if the chute has pulled anything from that backpack. I'm curious. Tons of materials there. We'll get those picked up. Just pulled you, and you're up to 4. We'll have a nice big batch to put through as soon as that pops over to 5. The afternoon slate of games is wrapping up. Eagles are leading the Cardinals 20-17 with a minute 20 left. The Cardinals are trying to stage a comeback against the lone undefeated team in the NFL, which of course means all of the Dolphin fans are cheering for the Cardinals because then they can pop their champagne and their undefeated season remains the only one in NFL history. Which it would be astonishing to me for the Cardinals to be the ones to end the undefeated season because they have been, well, it's, I'm not really leaning either way here. Because JC is not a fan of the Miami Dolphins. He's a fan of the Miami Hurricanes. So, my friend Michael is a friend or a fan of the Miami Dolphins. So, anything that is good for the Miami Dolphins, that makes him happy. But seeing the last undefeated team fall every year is always a thing. So, the funny thing is the Cardinals have been so bad all year. And so it would be odd if they're the ones to beat the undefeated team, because of all the teams to do it, the one that's so bad would not be the one you would think could do it. The Giants went and beat the Packers. That was the game in London. Like, didn't see that coming. Because, you know, the Packers were supposed to be really good this year, and they've been really flat. And the Giants were supposed to be bad this year, and they're playing pretty well. So, that's why they play the games. They don't, just give you're good on paper so you get the automatic W. You gotta play the games. Okay, Cardinals have no timeout, so they're trying to hurry. They only need a field goal to force overtime, so they're at the 35, still have 36 seconds left. The Cowboys look to be in control against the Rams. 2 minutes left there, and they're up 12. So it's a 2-score game there. Come on, Beats, let's go. There's 2 of you in there. Work harder. I should have harvested the bees earlier, so we could have been working on the tea all along. I made that error. While we were working on the potions, we could have been brewing the tea instead of looking at the tea at the end. That was my bad on that one. If I had been thinking about it, I would have harvested the combs like right at the beginning, and then right as we finished up the first stream, and then again at the beginning of the second stream, and we would have gotten a ton more batches of combs through. Okay, Cardinals are at 4th and 1. They have no choice but to kick now. And, funny story, they have the kicker that the Chiefs fired. I think that's their kicker now. Captive, I'm sure that Aminola is the guy that the Chiefs fired. And he's swinging all of his kicks off to the right in pregame warm-ups. Oh, God. Aminola, that sure sounds like the guy that we fired because he had such a bad game against the Colts. Oh, man. Hey, here he is. He's going for the tie. We're still at 4. 22 seconds left in the game. This is for the tie from 43 yards. And it's going off to the right. And that is where it goes, is off to the right. Wow. Did they jinx him or what with all that pregame off to the right, off to the right, off to the right? And where did it go? Off to the right. The Eagles are going to go to 5-0, remain undefeated. Oh, my, my, my. Slid right off to the right and hang your head. Oh, man. And the Eagles celebrate. Kingsbury just shakes his head. Like, dude, why do you think the Chiefs fired him? We fired him for a reason. And it wasn't because our kicker was healthy yet. Oh, sounds like there was a serious injury for the Detroit Lions, had to be taken off the field via ambulance. Goodness. That's never good. I know. I missed the name of the player. Still at 4. I mean, normally when it's a serious injury, they cart them off of the field. The running thing at the bottom of the screen said he was actually taken off the field in an ambulance. I'm like, they actually brought the ambulance on the field? That must have been a very serious head-neck injury for them to do that. That they wanted to get him right in the ambulance rather than on a cart to move him to the ambulance. If that's what happened. Goodness. I don't know if you heard, JC, the Michigan running back coach had a seizure during the game yesterday. And it happened during a commercial break. And yeah, he was awake and alert as they were carting him off the field. But it's what's his name? Mike Rush? I think that's his name. He used to be a running back for Michigan. Then he got into coaching. He coached at Indiana for a while, and then he left Indiana to come back to Michigan to coach for his alma mater. Michigan was playing Indiana yesterday, and Indiana had just scored a touchdown to tie the game. And during that commercial break interlude, after Indiana had scored, he had some sort of seizure and collapsed on the sideline. And both teams are taking a knee, and their medical staff's working on him. And then it must have gotten over to the Indiana sideline who it was. And as they've loaded him on the cart and they're taking him off the field, the Indiana coaches all came out onto the middle of the field to wish him their best. Because, you know, he used to be their guy last year, and now he's the Michigan guy this year. But the players were so upset because apparently he and his running back room are really tight, like really, really, really tight. And they were extremely emotional, and it took them quite a while to get emotionally grounded and get back to there's a football game going on here, because that just happened. So they didn't play very well the whole rest of the first half, but then at halftime they heard from their coach that he's okay, he's in the hospital, he's stable, but he's okay. He wants them to get out there and fight. And they were able to then play much better the second half. But I mean, how scary that has to be to have your coach collapse on the sideline during a game like that. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen an update on him today, but hopefully everything is going to be okay and they'll figure out what caused that. Come on, bees. Let's go. Bees, you need to work harder. Five. Gimme. Good job splitting up the clock. You guys are doing awesome. Well done. Okay. Fill that back up again, please. Okay. Now, we got 20. Go. I need 5? 5. I think we need 5. Here's 1. Got 1 right away again. Is that a bad sign we get one right away? How are we doing on power here, too? Power, not an issue. We are good on power. Okay. Two! We're up to 2! Nice! That's 2 in the 6. Wow! Now we're not going to get any more. We used up all our luck there, right? Maybe this is a very lucky batch. 3! 3! Oh my gosh! Come on! Let's go! 3 out of 10? That's 30% already! Holy cow! Keep it coming! "59 touchdowns scored today. Holy cow. Okay, let me flip the game. Scroll back up here. Switch over to NBC for the prime time game that I don't even know who it is. It's apparently the Bengals and the Ravens. Oh, guys, that's going to be a good game. Oh, Bengals Ravens? Oh, that will be a good game. Lamar Jackson? Love watching some Lamar Jackson, except when he's playing the Chiefs. Then not so much, but when he's not playing the Chiefs, love watching some Lamar Jackson. Okay, how are we doing? Okay. We got 3 out of 20. I'll take 3 out of 20. That is good. That is really good. Let's take that andesite alloy and oh, we can take those gears too, cause we might need those. Oh, nice. Okay. Andesite alloy and gears and 3 builder's tees. Oh yeah, 2 more, folks. We just need 2 more. 2 more. And then we can start processing this crazy craft. She bet, how great is that gonna be? Oh my gosh. You're up to 3. That one's gonna take a while. Oh, you know what we can do? Hang on. We need to make us some more Clockwork Bees! Chargers did come back and win against the Browns. Drat. Keenan Allen must have been out today because he was tweeting during the game. He was not amused. Ha 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 ha. Oh, surprise, surprise. Chargers making questionable play calls? On 4th down and 1? Going for it on certain punt situations? Chargers be chargerin'. That's what they do. That be what they do. Texans got their first win of the year against the Jaguars, 13-6. Good for them. Former Nebraska running back Rex Burkhead plays for the Texans, so like seeing him doing well. And I need you to speed up and come out of that hive so that I can breed you and get a third Clockwork Bee working in here. Oh, it's night. No wonder you're not coming out. Gosh darn it. That was a waste. Okay, so we've got, hello, one for you, one for you. Make me the baby. Look at the little baby. You need one of them? You did. Well, dang it, everybody. Why did you... If I can breed an extra... Oh, why did it fall in there? Oh, dear God. Hang on. Here. Let me put my floor back in. Floor. I thought you had... Did you not have a pair of Clockwork Bees? Oh, you didn't have a pair? Okay, hang on. Okay, baby. Okay, you too. You guys were sharing so nicely. Okay, now they've straightened it out. Okay, take JC a baby. JC, please. JC! Hello! As you're, oh my god, this place just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Look at him making all of those plates. Look further west. Okay, hang on here. Bink. Look further east. Okay. Sweet mother of my goodness gracious. What the? What the? JC! My boy, you have been busy! Oh my gosh! One baby clockwork to JC. Oh, now this is... Okay, you're showing off. You're using Thalassium bars for your bridge. I like it. Nice. They are very pretty. And then you've got stairs. Whoa, Nelly! JC not going small, my friends. Look at the size of this factory space. Oh my gosh. It's huge! You've already got a separate B area for providing you resources for the factory, similar to what District did in Ragnamod 6, having separate B dedicated resources for the various areas, because that's what he did in the power plant, that's what he did in I think the nuclear area too. He did the same thing. He had dedicated apiaries and bees set up for the resources he needed in those specific areas. And I see you've gone the multiple apiary per building route. So you've got 3 apiaries in each of these. Now, District explained this on one of his streams. You can have 3 apiaries per structure as long as each one has its own storage attached to it, like you've got here. And then you have these attached to pretty pipes, and those are attached to... You have what? Do you have just a storage? It goes underneath. Ah, down here. Okay. So you've got the pretty pipes are coming down here. So these right now are generating sooty combs to a centrifuge, which is generating coal chunks. And then you have an XNet network. So is the responsibility of the XNet network, I can't say that word. The XNet network is pulverizing the coal and making creosote? So you using the creosote to power through a Stirling dynamo or a combustion dynamo? A compression dynamo. And then you're going to use bitumen from coal to make refined fuel for Pneumaticraft. See, because I need massive amounts of treated wood planks. So I've got the city combs. I just need to sit there and process them into the coal and then run them into making the creosote. Because I need a bazillion things of creosote. Yeah, the pyrolyzer into a basic fluid tank for the creosote. You're working on speeding it up now. Dude, this is impressive! So impressive! You have been doing work today! Holy cow! 10 hours? Oh my gosh! Guys, JC's trying to catch up to me. Okay, I'm still well in the lead at 10.3 versus 6.9, but still, that's making a dent. Well, I'll make a couple more clocks, and because you redid the bridge 3 times, yeah, I bet you are very particular, so you would want to get it just so. It looks so good. And you got that farm going to town? Very nice. Death Source says, this makes everything I have going on my game look really basic. I think District really needs to put a self-care reminder in the Discord. Well, I mean, now, JC is really good at the create farms. He's gotten really good at them. He's done them now. This is your 3rd world? Because you did him in Ragnamod. And you did him in... Did you have him in Chromatech too? Yeah, CT2, the first world we did was CT2. That's where you started. And then you got a little more advanced in Ragnamod 6. And now it's like every time JC does them, he's able to upgrade and do them a little bit better and a little bit better. Meanwhile, the one I did, well, I mean, compared to what mine looks like, mine is as simple as could be. It gets the job done, which is that's what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to make me potatoes. I need potatoes. I need all the potatoes. Now I need to figure out what are the other ingredients I need for all the recipes. Because I know I'm going to need onions, I need eggs, I need wheat, I need milk, I need, whatever the other things are I need. I need to figure out what all of those things are so I can start growing those as well. And start knocking out the challenges. Like, I need to make the potato crates. Can knock those out. I need to bake the potatoes. I can knock those out. And then for like some of the recipes, I have a bunch of like onion crates and cabbage crates. I can unpack those to get the ingredients, so that will help. I mean, 3,000 of each of those is like no small task. So being able to have a create farm like that just running passively in the background, gathering the ingredients, and then I can do the craft. And the way my base in the distance looks cool on your stream because the fog effect looks nice, it does. I really like it. The effect is amazing from my astral sorcery location looking down the mountain into the valley. That fog. Oh, you don't have that because you have high render. Oh, I love it. I really do love the effect. So I'm definitely going to have to do something where I have like a viewing platform or something so we can have our Chaos Tea Time balcony up there because the view is just going to be amazing. And so we're definitely going to have a balcony situated up there somewhere so we can have a Chaos Tea Time balcony up there for me and Captive to have our hanging out time. Not that there's anything wrong with the balcony or the patio we currently have, but AV Navy says we have to have a tea time balcony for Chaos. And so, we need to have one. Better have one. But if we're gonna have one, it needs to be elevated enough that we can have one. And the shark is eating your fish, I think. Or that's a really, really big fish. I'm thinking it's a really big fish. But it's attacking the other fish. Or is that just a really big fish? I can't tell. JC checking it out with his snorkel. Oh, pike. Pike are really big fish. That makes total sense. But yeah, I love the visual effect of being able to see off into the distance with that foggy, hazy effect at its distance. It is very, very nice. I do like it. And I think if I go back, figure out which angle I'm gonna have to do this at. Probably I'm gonna have to do it from down here. Oh, see there, now the fog starts to hit the bridge. Oh, there you go. Here you go. There's the fog. How's that? Is that cool or what? Get a little. Okay, that's too far. Just coming. Just looming out of the fog. The bridge and the side of your base. Yeah, like about here. That's so cool. Oh, missed. Yep. And of course, I'm guessing because District has scolded enough. Just JC has a path. And he's got, look at that. He's got his little boat parked at the dock. How nice does that look? It's all nicely parked at the dock. Looking so good. Looking so good. And these crazy factories. Oh my gosh. These are the things we have looking forward to this week because we have got to be making some concrete And we're going to be making the creosote and doing the things for this final big push in getting these medium things unlocked. Let's go ahead and get, whoa, a little time skip there. Let's go ahead and get 2 more clocks made. Thank you so much for letting me have a sneak peek on my stream of your amazing work today. I appreciate that. Of course. It's just a baby bee, so he's gonna need to grow up, I think, a little bit before he's breedable. How are you guys doing? You're up to 3. Okay. And let's put these 3 in there. See if we can get ourselves some builder's tea out of these 3. Just need 2 more. We have got a bazillion glowstone now. We are in very good shape in the glowstone department. We were next to nothing, and now we are in great shape in glowstone. We did not get any out of those 3. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. So hopefully we were gone visiting long enough. Guys, will you please make me another baby? Thank you. Now, get. Guys, take turns. Baby seems confused. Not sure why. Put some of these things away. Put you away, and you away, the slime balls away. That goes over here in the end materials. And we've got, oh, silver nuggets. I should probably make silver nuggets into silver ingots. And nickel nuggets I should make into nickel ingots. So put those away, put that away. Feathers I can put away. Seeds we can put away. Overflow over here. Then let's go check to see if anything has come out of that backpack yet. It did! Great! Okay. Now I can just fill that backpack and it will fill the chute up for me. That will help a ton. Oh, look at all this stuff now that needs to get cooked up. Woohoo! More stuff than I can even bring back with me. Oh, baby. Alright, let's get cooking. Let's cook cobalt and all of this copper and some uranium and some lead and some silver and some aluminum. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of stuff. Put that away. We got some more cobble. Oh wait, I need to go up there. Go here. Okay. There's a massive amount of comb production there. Loving it. Get that there. Okay. There. Woo! Look at that. That will keep that running for a bit. Plenty of room in our output chest, so no issues there at all. Now, I did set aside some foods I haven't eaten yet. So, working on trying to get new hearts. Like, okay, I don't know if I've eaten the cooked version of that yet. I don't know if I've eaten the cooked version of that yet. I don't know if I've eaten the cooked version of that yet. So let's go. Okay, take shield off. Excuse me. Okay. I have eaten the steak. I have eaten the pork chops. I've eaten that. And I have eaten the cooked mutton chops. Okay, so I have eaten all of those things. I wasn't sure. I do have some blaze heads. Not sure if those will be useful or not, but we have them. Okay, so we can put cooked in there. I've got tons of bacon. I'm working on fruits. What do I have that is a fruit? Oh, I have not eaten raw chicken. Definitely want to eat that. Oh, that has some sugars. That has lots of sugars. We'll want to eat some of those. I have tons of these fish. So I should be eating like all of the fish. I need to be eating cookies. I can be eating lots of honeys. Like drinking the honeys for days. But like all of these fish, if I get 2 of them, I could cook one and eat one. So like the raw salmon, if I go cook one of those. Okay, make sure my shield is off. Cook a salmon. there's raw salmon. Cooked salmon I had eaten. Okay. Let's get down here. So I've eaten that, but I have not eaten that. So yeah, lots of those fishies. We need to keep working our way through the fish, because that'll be a good way of getting us some extra hearts, I think. I'm still in the oranges on hearts, and like JC's like way up in the yellows, so I'm like, I need some more hearts. I like really could use some more hearts. Okay, you're at 1. You're at 5. Come here. Thank you. Oh, is that where you're getting it from? Your armor. See, I think I have... I'm getting 1.88 from the boots, but I think I have a boss armor that has some. I need to try and get it off of there via a book so I can add it. But that like takes so many levels. It's like, not happening anytime soon. Okay, we need 2 more. 2 more teas. And this is a big batch of 20, so hopefully we can get 2. We got 3 last time. If we can just get even with what we got last time, we'll have enough to be able to move forward. It is good that we're having to do this because we're going to have all of these pieces of andesite. We need all that andesite because we're going to be doing... Oh, there was the first one. We just got the first one. We're going to need to be doing a bunch of create building and stuff for this. 2! There's 2! Yes! Okay. Here is our thing. There is 2. We have everything we need. We are good. Okay, so we can put our plum in there. I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to put the... Let's put the food in there. Okay, I've got too many backpacks. So that's the backpack I actually need. Put you in there. Okay, so let's put that backpack and that backpack in there. And I'm going to leave my sword, the soft touch pickaxe, my shears, my shovel, the silk touch pickaxe, my umbrella, my bow and arrows, my time in a bottle, my hatchet. We'll keep these. We'll hang on to the food that we haven't eaten yet. We'll put our shovel in there. We'll put the map in there. So this will be the only thing we're hanging on to. We are going to empty it of all the stuff. So we can go put the backpack away. Backpack. Okay. No. I don't remember getting that purple age pick one. Okay. Alright. Let's go up here. Alright. Oh! I forgot the most important thing! I forgot the cardboard box. You gotta have the thing that sends through. Doesn't do you any good otherwise. Okay. Cardboard box. Please and thank you. Okay. Now, this is probably going to be the last of the big crafts we do the hopper way. Next step, we're going to be building the infrastructure to do this in a, whatchamacallit? Conveyor belt. I lost the word. Okay, so this is going to have to go through 60 times. But we can double up on the T's. So the order of operations here is going to be 2 T's, a curry, a mango, a plum, an apple. Okay, so it's going to be 2 T's. So we're going to get the T's up first. Let me reorder everything here. Okay, so it's 2 T's. Then it is 1 curry, 1 mango, 1 plum pudding, and 1 golden apple. Okay, so we're going to send the cardboard box through, and then we're going to put all of these into the hopper, and then we're just going to restock our hot bar 60 times. It'll be great! Really! Trust me. Hang on. I think that's how we had to do it before. One, two. One. 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 Whoa, 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 whoa. No! Let's not make mistakes. No, no making mistakes. Okay, we will talk to you in chat. Every once in a while you get a visual glitch where something has passed through the hopper and it doesn't show that it's passed through the hopper, and I noticed in some of the other crafts, it will not proceed if you get things out of order. Okay, we got a glitch. So here the mangoes, then the plum, there that. See, that's one of the cases I put them in the wrong order. It stopped until we got them in the right order. So it prevents you from making mistakes. Which for some of these is like, oh, that's really nice. It's like you don't want to make a mistake when you put so much effort into making all of these or collecting all these raw materials or whatever it may be. Oh my gosh, no. No, 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 no. In Ragnamod, when you're using this process to make your draconium ingots, there is a percentage chance of failure. And if it does fail, you'll get one of the inputs back. In that case, you really hope it's the rare one. Because if it isn't, it's very frustrating. Because then you have to go through the work of making the rare one again. Not fun. this was the last of these I was willing to do in a single deployer because 60 is a lot to go through manually. I think the smallest on the other one is maybe 250. I'm like, not doing this 250 times. No, bro. No, no, no. Okay, so here's one again. It's gotten out of order. So it tells me it's waiting for the mango habanero wings. Okay, so that's where in this it got off. So we can do that, that, that. So I really like that it does that it tells you where did you get off so that you're able to get back on track. Because it helps a lot. I am looking forward to this Sunday night football game. This is going to be, I think this is going to be a good, this is going to be a good matchup. Now, the Bengals have not been as good as they were last season when they went to the Super Bowl. But the, oh, now why? Okay, so somehow the plum pudding went in ahead of the apple. I'm putting them in the hopper in the right order. They're not coming through quite right. I think I'm just a little too click happy to get them in there. I need to wait a little longer. Or I need to get them all in there. Then it should work. Just worried I'm not going to go fast enough and it's going to mess up. If it does mess up though, it will let me fix it, so. Hopefully Captive will be able to come back and we'll be able to watch football with him this evening, because, you know, Captive is my football buddy. Okay. That was a shadow apple in there. It wasn't actually there yet again. Almost got it. Oops. Okay. Last 8 passes. Ooh. Hang on. We missed the second T, so we have 1. Okay, we just have this thing like all messed up now. Okay, try this again. Oh, we did it! Fortunately, no, in Ragnamod 6, it is a percentage chance of success, percentage chance of failure. So far, I have not run into any like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am excited. We have our second of the packs done. Ooh. Where did I put these? Right there. Boom. 2 done. Now, these are under... These are not under any quest, other thing quests that I can think of. That I've, at least, that I've seen. So those are 2 of the 3 needed to unlock our big machines. This leaves us with the big one. So we've already talked about this one is 500 times. This one's also 500 times. This one is quote-unquote only 250. 250. Now, on the plus side, this one is not so bad in that we can take any type of leaves, right? And this one can be any kind of small flower combined with turf. And you can make turf by just combining grasses. Okay. But it's 250 times 4. That's 1,000 pieces of turf. So that's a lot of turf. 250 is a lot of leaves. But, I mean, you shear a couple of trees, you'll get that much. Okay, small flowers. It includes botania flowers. Guys, we're not using botania flowers. That's not happening. Just all sorts of no. But you gotta get 250 kinds of flowers, right? So they either say, well, grow them in a garden cloche. Well, we've already talked about the issues there. Or grow them in a phytogenic insulator. Okay. Now, is this one reasonable as far as power usage? It claims it's 10,000 RF per process. Emphasis on it claims to be. I don't know if I believe it. Okay. Problem being here, we need a supreme machine frame, which is not happening because we need ether gas. Molten pink ender slime to get, yeah, that's not happening. We know about the cloche, but the cloche doesn't work because of the power issues. Now, we did not try growing normal flowers. We tried growing a crop. I don't know if it nerfed everything in the garden cloche or only crops. I'm walking on the assumption they nerfed everything. That leaves a botany pot. And again, we have the issue of you need a dissolution chamber to make a botany pot. Okay, We can do the plastic. We have smart chests. They want elite fluid tanks. An advanced fluid tank, which is needed for that. We need mechanism. Okay, so then the question is, can we make a metallurgic infuser? No, I don't know what that is yet. How are we going to get massive amounts of flowers? It's not just flowers either. We're going to need massive amounts of grass to make the turf. Okay. Okay. Think. How much is in there? Less than a bucket. I'm not going to worry about that. Let's take you and you. Okay. Can a deployer deploy bone meal? I don't know. Well, see, that's what I'm thinking if would those harvest grass and flowers? Or do they only harvest trees? So like if I do this, those don't harvest the grass and the flowers. Would those So let me go back and make 3 harvesters. No. Home. Foyer. We'll put the saws in there. Put those in there. Oh, and I can put the leftover food back in the fridge. Okay. So, mechanical harvester. So, okay, plows break blocks. Okay, we don't want that. Oh! It kicked the parrot! Okay, that was entertaining! Did not know it could do that. Okay, let's try this. So I know this will work as for crops. They will harvest and reset any mature crops on their way. So we knew that. Baltimore up 3-0 early on the Bengals. But what will they do against things like grass and flowers? May just have to test it. Okay, so let's make one. And hey, I have the stuff needed to make one. Okay, so let's go back here. Alright, so let's put this like in the middle slot. And then plug it back in. Oh! It is harvesting. It got the flowers. It didn't get me the grass, though. It only got me the flowers. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Alright. Okay. So what we are seeing here is... Get my time in the bottle back. Grab my shears. Okay, so we're gonna need... Yeah, I would need to apply bone meal. So I should be able to come over here. Oh, alright, well, let's see. It's 1, 2, so that's 128. Need more acacia. Acacia. It's okay. One thing we got lots of, it's shears. Okay, so there's 128 and 128 would be 256. And I have some to spare. Okay, so that's the leaves. Get that empty backpack back out here. Here. Okay. Backpack. So 1, 2, 3, 4 things of leaves. That's 256. And then let's eat well, we're gonna eat this first. And then we're gonna eat this next. And then let's eat some cookies. Lovely. Okay, put bone meal in there for now. And let's sleep. If I need 1,000 turf at 4 grass each, that's an awful lot of grass. Like... That was one well-armored little baby zombie! Woohoo! Okay. So let's just start over here. Alright, so if I do this, that makes turf. And I do this, that makes turf. And I do this, that makes turf. We'll just clear out our inventory of shears. I need 1,000 of these. How many things of 64 do I need to get 1,000? It'd be 10. 10 would be 640. Let me think here. 10 would be 640. 11, that'd be 700. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 be 17. 15.6 stacks. Thank you very much for the math. Okay. So we're just going to keep use a calculator. Perfect. Technically, it's 15.625. Okay. So, and we're collecting flowers in the meantime, which is perfect. Okay, I'm going to eat my cookie. Okay. That, and that, and that. So there's that. And let's see. Let's go. We'll pillager dudes. No, ixnay. Don't want you. Okay. Next you. Okay. No. Why are you favorited? That was weird. Believe me, turf is not my favorite thing. It's not on the list. No. Not even close. Okay, so there's another thing of that. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up to 10. Okay, next thing is shears. Oh, now I have to go drink some milk, darn it. bucket, home immersive, milk, all gone. Thank you, cows. Okay. Turf, turf, turf. The big one and little bitty one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Here, in the wrong place here, dude. Rearrange. Rearrange. Okay, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, and a little bit. And more shears. We've had so many shears for so long. Now we're going to be out of shears. It's going to be weird. We did get the blackberry bushes. We can move those up to our berry collection area. So then we'll add, because these are already blackberries, we'll just add those to that area. Okay, let's do... Yeah, well, that broke right away. Oh. There's a hole. That's not good. Okay, I'll do that one and that one. Okay, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, and a smidge. Another small flower. We are out of shears there. Do I have another shear in there? No. I'm actually caught up on shears. Shock of shocks. Things I did not see coming. I really and truly am maybe caught up on gears. What's going on, Knight? Close enough. Can't sleep until it's 10:27 on the clock. Like I'm supposed to be able to read those teeny tiny numbers at my age. Goodness gracious. Okay. I think going to be good to go in the turf department. Okay, because that's 16, 17, 18, 19 almost. We's be good. That's a good question. Let's see what this looks like. I mean, it's maybe a shade darker than a grass block. And exactly as JC just said, it is grass on all four sides instead of only on top. And it does not take a silk touch to pick it up. So I would say, like, from a landscaping point of view, I would say that would be very useful. Okay, so if I put all of this turf into the backpack, I can then see I'm actually at 1.21 thousand turf. So I am good on that. Then if I add the flowers, that's the piece I'm now short on. So landscaping materials. I've got the 1,000 turf. I've got the 250 leaves. I now need 250 small flowers. So we need to have the deployer like elevated higher so that it's hitting the ground like behind where it's cut. So it's like it's trailing behind, putting a new set of bone meal down. Right. I've eaten raw cod. I've eaten the cooked salmon. Let's just eat that to get it out of here. I've not eaten raw catfish yet. Oh, I've not eaten brown trout yet. There's 2 of them. Let me take my shield off and come over here and... Oh, I just want to eat it instead of cook it. Oh, you can't cook it. There's only eating it. Gotcha. That's good to know. So the fish I can only eat, not cook. So I don't need to worry about saving them for 2 of them. I just need to eat them. Eaten. Okay. Where are more fishies? Fishies? Is that a fishy? Okay, JC. Where are fishies? An end fish? End fish. Okay. Who haven't I eaten yet? I haven't eaten a gar. Okay, I've eaten you. Haven't eaten raw lionfish. Oh dear. Poison 4! This is bad! Eat a golden carrot! No, not directions. Whew. Okay, that was not worth getting. Okay. Lionfish bad. Don't eat those. Goodness gracious. How about a tropical fish? Are they safer? Oh my goodness gracious. How about pollux? Okay, let's remember these bad. Very bad. These go in the do not eat me list. Whee. Okay, I can put my shield back on, and I need to drop off all of those. And we can drop off grasses. Okay, there's a couple more pansies. Lilacs might be considered a large flower. I don't know. Acacia blossoms, those are probably a little one. Put poppies in there. Any Minecraft small flowers. So if we want to see... How do we get a list of what is a small flower? It's not hashtag small flower. Touchdown Ravens. Or is that something where I have to... tag search mode enabled? Tooltip search more is already enabled. Search advanced tooltips on. Aha! There we go! Now we can see what qualifies as a small flower. Okay, so are the acacia blossoms a small flower? Okay, so let's do this. It doesn't show it. Let's see. Small flower. It doesn't make them visible. So like Lily of the Valley. Oh, it's not showing acacia. There's snowdrops. This is from Alex's Mobs. So if I do hashtag Alex small flower, they do not. Okay, so acacia blossom is not a small flower. Okay. All right. So then if I look under... Okay, so if we look just under the generic Minecraft flowers, it's going to be the tulips. So any of the tulips, the poppy, the dandelion, and the allium. Okay. I mean, we could... We could bone meal it and let it harvest the flowers. Or we could just run and harvest the flowers ourselves until we got to 250. And, boy, where did all the creepers come from? That's a lot of creepers. Like, we know we can't use any of the flowers there because that's our offering table. We know we need to keep that. Oh! Are all of the Botania flowers small flowers, or just like the generating ones? So if I do Botania small. Oh, all of them are. Okay, so we could get the dandelion. So dandelion, poppy. Come, give me my poppy. Atmospheric. Atmospheric small flower. The yucca flowers are all small flowers. Hey, baby, you're coming with me. How many times am I running over those darn things? Okay, there's only like 100 million poppies here. I'm not sure why. Okay, we don't want to mess with the flowers from Nature's Aura. Oi! Now setting me on fire? That's very rude. Okay, we're already up to 50 poppies. By themselves, the 50 poppies. Dude, go away. Regular bees, regular bees. I had a panic attack for just a second. Did that literally just spawn? There's a spawner! How are we still finding spawners? A hydrate and a stretch by death's door. And we just found a new chest in the valley of the chests. And it has amazing loot. Oh my gosh. That was some really good loot. Mythic, unbreakable armor. An uncommon, and an epic. What even right now? How did we miss that all these times? We've been over here. And it's been hidden in this tree. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. So crazy. Another chest after all this time. Okay. Dandelions. Taking dandelions. Goodbye. Awful lot of spiders. Melons. Poppies. Poppies, come here. Oh, but dude, you have a backpack. Hello, City Bee. How are you? He didn't drop a backpack. Drat. Because, you know, that would have been flippin' amazing. Okay, let's go back, see how we're doing. Oh, okay, backpack. So, I've already got too much stuff. Okay, let's take this and 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 this, and then the seeds go in there, or they would if I wasn't full. And they go there, and this goes there. Okay. So then we need a bigger backpack. Iron backpack. Obviously do. Regular backpack. Okay, put regular backpack away. Iron backpack. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Dude, you're very pushy. Okay, you're full. Oh, you're full. Everybody's full. Oh my gosh. Okay, here. You guys hold that. You hold that. Okay. Did you have... You don't have flowers. Okay, so now I should be able to see flowers. Okay, so I'm up to 85 poppies, 24 dandelions, 14 of the yucca, but I can get more yucca. That's not a problem. We should get my gold backpack. Take this out and put you back, and then put you, give you this. Perfect. Let's see. I have not eaten a piranha. I have not eaten a pike. I have not eaten a perch. I have not eaten raw mutton. Several of these things seem disconcerting to me. Okay, piranha went down well. Oh, no, wait. This is the piranha. Never mind. Never mind. Excuse me. That was a very awesome chest, and I am going to get my hydrate and my stretch in now. Oh! I don't know if you heard that. I just popped the middle of my back and neck, and it is like going, hello, how are you? It was a big one. Okay. We'll go back. Alright, so now as I'm picking up my flowers, they should go into the chest automatically. Emphasis there on should. Excuse me, sheep. I mean, it'd be ideal if I could get all 250 pansies, because, you know, that would just be a treat, but... I don't have to use the mystical flower ones. I can just put those into my Botania area and save those for later, which would be fabulous. fire! Those zombie brutes take a lot to die. Grab those. Okay, here's a bunch of dandelions. Take those. No. Kangaroos! Hello! Don't know if I've come this far west in a while. I cannot believe we found another chest in the plane of chests after all this time. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Okay, definitely take these. Oh, and we'll take those. Okay, I remember sailing by here, I think, when we were heading to Shifter's place. Okay. Again, with the pansies. Oh my gosh, so many pansies. And some black ones. Sure. Okay. How much are we up to now? 149 plus 46. So that's almost 200. In just poppies and dandelions. Oh, dang it. I don't have. It's okay. If we can get 250 just in the pansies and the dandelions, then everything else is just going to be spares, which is great. And the mystical flowers will all be able to go back to our Botania area, which is awesome. Okay, more pansies. Hello, Piggy. There's no piggy bosses that I'm aware of, so we should be okay from a piggy. 177 and 61. That's 238. Oh my gosh, we're so close. Hey, Mystic, how are you doing? The strange purple plants. So the trees are jacaranda. These are jacaranda logs, jacaranda leaves, and then these down here are jacaranda bushes. And this is a jacaranda clearing, which is the name of the biome. So that is why we are seeing all of these plants here. I believe that is just a normal well. Yes, that one is normal. The fact that it has an emerald ore in the bottom, that's not normal. Pardon me while I take your emerald ore. Thank you. We have definitely a very purple biome. Okay, so we're going to eat some raw mutton. We're going to eat a raw pike. We're going to eat raw pollock next. I want to save that piranha for when I'm at home in case it does me dirty. Okay, here's the kangaroo. Hello, kangaroo. And it's an albino emu! I thought they were all brown. This one is white. Well, cool. Emu? It's not an emu? How else would you pronounce emu? 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 I don't know how else you would pronounce an emu. You have me curious. I'm stuck. I am stuck in the bush. Thank you. I've been crying all night and now I'm laughing. Oh no! I'm sorry you've been crying all night. I thought you were having your family get together and that you'd have been happy. See, there's the regular color we've been seeing are the brown ones. Oh, you've been watching Ted Lasso. That'll do it. That's the first time I've seen a white one. That's very cool. The M bit you pronounce right. Emu. Emu. How else would you pronounce the ew part then? It's M-U. M-U? M-U. M-U. M-U? Emu. 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 Isn't that what I said was emu? Emu. Emu. Oh, I got a treasure ring. Got a golden axe, a gold ingot, and some gold nuggets. Yay! Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna get flowers down. Oh, over here. Good. Flower, 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 flower. Guys, you're distracting me from harvesting flowers. Flower, flower, flower. Flower, flower, flower. Flower, flower, flower. All the spiders! Spiders, lots of spiders. Excuse me, Mr. Enderman. I'm not talking to you. I'm looking for flowers. Flowers, 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 flowers. Dude, not now! Just burn yourself to death. I'm busy. Okay, another patch of those. How are we doing? 233 and 61. Okay, wow. All we need is 17 more peonies, and we're going to have all of them in peonies. That will be great. Might as well finish the 250 off in peonies at this rate. This is nice. It gives us both. Okay. 4 more. I need 4 more peonies. Without running into trouble. 4 more peonies without running into trouble. Emu. Go away. Go away. You really go away. You're a zombie brute and you just don't die very quickly. Oh, wait. Come. Red. Ha! Hopefully no one will be looking for peonies anytime soon because I have them all. Oh no! District's running the game! Quick, run! I tease. Oh! Hello, guys. Hello. All of you can just burn and die. Thank you. Everybody get there. There you go. Well, this is very impressive. Oh, I walked all the way over to Shifter's astral area. Too funny. Okay, back home. Home foyer. Oh, home foyer. Sheepy, I'm home. Okay. And welcome back to the server district. Where did I have axes? Axes. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and eat our piranha. Okay, piranha's safe. Pollock is safe. Alright. So we now have all of the things. I can take that out, the emerald out, the bones, the egg, the string, the seeds, those seeds, strawberries, those, I can take the mystical flowers all out because they are not going to be needed. And we'll go put those in. Hello? Our flower pouch. Which, for the record, the flower pouch is safe and sound inside of the chest where it should be. Lovely. Okay. And we'll put the egg in there. And then we can put the lead and the saddle and the emerald and the bone and that in there. And the string. And then we'll put the tattered cloth in there. Yes, cat? Okay, and then let's eat some strawberries because I need to work on my fruit. And we'll put some seeds in there. And we'll put those in there. And we'll put those in there. Okay. So, the backpack has 1,200 pieces of turf, 250 seeds, and it has 250 peonies. So the backpack has everything we need for one of the boxes. The landscaping materials. There is no way on God's green earth I'm going to stand there and put them through 250 times manually. Not going to happen. I'm not that insane. Doing it 60 times for the meals. That was my limit. Anything over a stack, not doing it. Not going to happen. So, we need to set up the deployer system with a conveyor belt and get that thing rolling. So, we need to figure out how to crank the speed up from here. Because this is probably the one place I still have speed without building an entire new source of power. And we know from our one deployer that we have up, which is here. So, here. So the deployer is going to operate on a gearbox going sideways. And we can have a whole series of gearboxes running sideways with the deployers in a line. Okay. So, we're going to need to make 6 deployers and 6 vertical gearboxes. And I would like to speed the process up so that things are going a little faster than this really, really slow process we have right now. So, we need to get our cogs, which I have one big one. I have a good sized stack of little ones. The recipe for the big ones, I need some buttons. So I should... Oh, wait. Which one? It's not that one, not that one, this one. This one, this one. I should be able to break this one into some planks. And then break this one into buttons. Buttons. Okay, so then we want recipe here. Request 2, 3. Okay, and then I should have some shafts. And Cincinnati has managed to tie it up at 10 as we go into halftime. Okay, do I have any gearboxes already? I have a gear shift, but I do not have a gearbox. Okay. Okay, so if I, first of all, take this back... So I always have to remember, it's start with big. And then go little. And then go big again. And then go little. Then go big. And then go... Oops. Wrong one. Then go little. And then go big. Okay. Then deep slate. Let us extend this platform carefully. make sure I have floor space to work with here. Okay. So, we now have this going at a good speed, right? Then, come in here and go boom, 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 boom. Then we're going to want the gearbox. Okay. We're going to want 6 of these. Okay, and we're going to need more andesite casings, which that should not be a problem, I don't think. Put that in there. Actually, we're going to do another one. Put that in there. So then I can go back to the gearbox. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 6 of these. Okay. So then I'm going to want shaft coming out from here, out from here, and then we're going to want to put a gearbox there. Oh no, we don't want it vertical, do we? Do we want it to be irregular? Okay, so we've got 6 of those running along a line. Oh, but it needs to be... needs to be one lower than that. Oh no, wait, maybe it doesn't. Let me think about this. Hang on. Okay, because the deployer is on the gearbox. Do they need a shaft in between them? I don't think they can be lined up exactly next to each other. I think they need a space in between them. Because then they're going to need a place for the hopper to dispense the items. I don't know if I'm going to have room for that then. They can be touching. Can the hopper be on the side of the dispenser or the deployer that has this spinning? Can you put a hopper attached to that side? Probably. Okay. So the next piece we're going to need is the deployers. So this thing. So now we're going to need to make 6 of these. So we're going to need 6 brass hands. So that's going to be 6 times 4. I need 24 brass ingots. Okay, so brass is copper and zinc. Okay, so first of all, do I have any brass? I have 7. I need 24. I have 7. That means I need 17. So that'd be 18 divided by 2 is 9. So I need 9 copper. I need 9 zinc. Now what I haven't figured out yet is how to connect my pretty pipe system to my induction smelter to be able to auto craft the different materials for me. It can do that, but I don't know yet how. Okay, so then I need 4 times 6 is 24. So 24 plates. Drop that in there. Because then I could line up my multi-servo presses for my gears and my plates and my rods and extend them like over here and have my pipe extend over here and then have them programmed to you do the gears and you do the rods and you do that, and then I would be able to auto crop them from upstairs rather than running up and down all the time. I have not figured out that process yet. And I'm hoping I'm close enough to refine storage that I may not need to. Maybe. Maybe? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just don't know exactly how much mechanism and stuff I need before I move forward. Okay. Gonna need a batch of that. Okay, so then we're gonna need electron tubes. I need 6 of these. I do not have redstone torches or the polished rose quartz. Okay, so redstone torches, we need 6 of these. Okay, and then I need my sandpaper. Okay, and then this. Need 6 of these. And I know I have more redstone. It's just in a different form. need 4 more. Okay, so then we need to put sandpaper in here, and then we're gonna go lovely, in you go. Okay, and there my durability is back to max on my sandpaper. Put it back. And now we can make 6 of these. Nothing like having infinite resources of tools. Welcome back, JC. Nope. 6. Okay, this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cogwheel not found. What is my max claimed loaded chunks? Let me look. Map. My claimed is 114 out of 1,000, and my force loaded currently is 20 out of 25. And I need more cogwheels, which means I need more buttons. The system is still confused then. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those in there. Oh, no, you are. Okay. Because you've increased it and it's not changed? Is that why you're confused? Shield. Okay. So then this is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Overstressed? Oh, you've made the same edits and things are not changing. Oh. Okay, so it actually wants to go slower, not faster. I have the goggles. Okay, so instead of Don't want this. Don't want this. So instead we want to go like... Okay, that's still too fast. Okay, so instead, if I take this out this direction... Okay, if I speed this up at all, it's going to be overstressed. Come on. If I connect this, it is overstressed. hang on. Let's try... wonder if that was the problem. No. Don't want to cook. No, not up there. Aha! Can't be running upstairs and downstairs simultaneously. I can only do one or the other, which means I need a clutch. And then I should be able to, with a lever, okay, so if this is disabled, then this is going to allow to run. But it means that upstairs is turned off. So I can't do any crafting here, and my crushing wheels are turned off. All of this upstairs is currently turned off. So if I need upstairs, I need to break this line, or put another clutch in here. That's what I had to do in Ragnamod 6. I can't increase the size of this power generator because it's limited right now by the size of the waterfall that I have behind it. So right now I've got the 4... I could extend it by one more to the left. I probably could add one more there. I scared you back to reality. I'm sorry. each deployer needs 24 stress units, so to run 6... Yeah, see, that was my problem, is the water wheels are already running. The crafters and the crushing wheels and the apparatuses that are on the upstairs floor. And so when I tried to hook up the deployers as well as the upper floor, it was overloading the unit. So by adding the clutch, I'm able to turn off the second floor because the items that are on the third floor, which are the mixer and the single unit deployer, those are being operated by the windmill. Now it has 2,048 SU, so there is plenty of SUs if I set it up here. I just don't have the physical space to put anything up here. I need to clear a whole lot more of the mountain to put a setup up here. But this should work. So like on my list of things to do, I want to move the crafters because operating at a speed of 1 is ridiculous. Yeah, so I've been wanting to move this up there for a while now. So I have every intention of taking this down and moving this whole thing up there once I make room for it. So that will take a little bit of draw off of this system. So, is this very fast? No. So it would go extremely slow. If you look at my windmills, each one is a max windmill of 8,000 SUs. Oh my gosh. That is a ridiculous amount of speed units. Put that and that away. Let me get my wrench. Because we have one of those going the wrong direction, and I'm not sure it's reading right with it being... Dude. Oh. Dude. Everybody else went the right way. Why can't you? There you go. Okay. See, we need to build just everything so much bigger than we've ever done before. And I'm just not used to dealing with anything in these scales. Like this. I mean, these are just huge. I mean, each one of those panels is 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you've got 30 times 4. That's 120 panels. That's absolutely flippin' huge. And he says they aren't that big. You have to remember, I've only built windmills for the first time in this playthrough. So to me, that feels huge. And the one I built for the potato farm is the first one I built in that vertical structure. So I'm still learning how these work. You do 4x6s, and it works well. Well, and that's something well, that was a nice hiccup. I do like this vertical approach to it because exactly like you said, the footprint on this is small. It does take up more vertical space, except as we know, these things don't listen to physics and they just go right through rock. Wall schmall, I'm going through there. So and you can set it up and then run a shaft and then divert it to different lines of use. I mean, I think that's definitely what we're going to need to do, is we're going to need to build a much larger windmill. You think you found the setting? Nice. Good job, district. You're going to fix it in the morning? Sounds great. It needs to be changed while the server is offline. Sounds like a plan. Okay. Because I want my crafter to run significantly faster like JC's does. And, I mean, dear Lord, look how fast the man's mixer is running. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, the speed at which this stuff is running is just crazy. Like, I need me some of that. In the worst way. Well, I have that. It didn't work. Okay, correction. I have it. I don't think it helped. Because I have this, and it basically only let me run my thing at a speed of 1. So I'm like, yeah, it's at a speed of 1. That's the speed. Otherwise, this gets overloaded. It's currently off right now because I have to have the second floor turned off. Okay, so let me come in here and let me do this and this. Okay. Oh, so that worked right. So it's coming in. Up there. Into this vertical gearbox. It goes in through here. But then this has to be at a speed of 1 for a 5x5 to work. Otherwise, it says it's overstressed. Your base looks cool without night vision. Yes, it does. That could be. Let's see. If we took that off, can I go any faster here? Well, it goes from 1 to 3. Yeah. So, this is why this is getting moved to being hooked up to the windmill, as opposed to running off of the water setup down below, because I need bigger SUs to run that, obviously. But this, if I want this to run, oh, no, what? The only thing is the creative motor? And there's no recipe for that. Oh, sweet mother of... I'm so screwed. I always run my create setups with the powered motor. Which I don't know how to run big windmill farms. I've always used little water. Words are hard tonight. I've always used little setups with these to get me through until I'm able to make a powered motor, and then I hook it up to my immersive engineering wind turbine. Squishy! working on your AFK at your now working gold farm? Very nice. This pack, I'm telling you. Okay. So I have deployers, yes. We will see you on your stream that may occur tomorrow, which we're all expecting will occur tomorrow. Okay, I gotta think here. Or are we better off blasting the side of this mountain out to make room and take it off of the windmill? I have the space for it there, even though it's slow. So now, ugh. I am being driven insane yet again by this expert pack. That is for sure squishy. Now it's like, how do you get the conveyor belt down here? So I'm thinking I'm gonna want this closer. I still want there to be one that I have to break to get it. Because you can't put the... Oh, you can! Oh. Gearbox. Not gearbox. Deployer, go down. No. No! Oh, I had that one right! Darn it, why did you change? Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, I want you to turn upside down. Okay, so you go there and you're pointing down. Perfect, that's what I want. I want the one next to you, do the same thing. There, okay, there's two. Three. 4. 5. Point down. Down. Point down. Down. Point down. No, not point down. Down. No, I need you to point down, but I need you to have your thing going that way. Oh, for crying out loud. There. Okay, so now I need this to go. That. And then there would be another one like that. Right? And then belt. Right? Then we'd put like one's there. Because that'd be like, yeah, that. And then like one. How do I get that rotation down to there? Can't be another gearbox. this one? Oh, hey! There we go. Okay. Whee! Okay. So we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the only thing I'm missing is the loop that takes it back to the beginning. And that's where the whole filter thing comes in, and I'm not sure. I think you can put a funnel on the end to exit the belt. And then you just come back and start it over again, although it would not be easy with this thing in the way. I'd have to run it around the other side. Which probably means I have to extend that a little more, because otherwise I will fall off. I mean, in theory, you put one there, and you put one there, and you would stretch a belt here to here. I just don't know how you loop the belt around to here. Okay, we did that. Okay, I don't have any additional shafts to add at the moment. Although I suppose you could add shafts to add that's cool. You can dye them to make them look prettier. That's cool. I want to know how to make them do loop-de-loops. Hello there, JSG. How are you doing? Yeah, it is slow. A mechanical fan? Let's see. Mechanical fan. Fan. There's an encased fan. It looks like that's a generator, though. Sing that SpongeBob song about tying your shoes. Oh, you're very funny. I mean, in theory, this would work. Slowly, but it would work. The one thing is I would have to run it 250 times from front to back. I may have to ask JC how he sets up a loop-de-loop. I know so little about Create, and I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of stuff differently than I'm used to doing because this pack has eliminated the powered fan, so I can't use RF to power my Create setups like I'm used to doing. And I do not have enough speed units to do anything, which is frustrating beyond belief. So I'm gonna have to, yeah. Like I said, I think it would work, but it would mean carrying the item 250 times from end to finish, or end to beginning, end to beginning, end to beginning, which I would really prefer to avoid that and just have it cycle around. I may have to go and watch a video and figure out how to set this up on a loop-de-loop. I think that's really the only piece we're missing right now is setting up the conveyor belt correctly. I think once we get that done, we'll have a working setup. And then we can get the first piece done, because I have all the components for it. They're all here in my backpack. Not that backpack, the other one. We'll have everything set up so we can get the landscaping one we can do. the foundation one. And again, this is the one where we're going to set up, similar to what JC did. You have a good night, AV Navy. We will catch you tomorrow. JC has already figured this one out because he has made his concrete factory. So we need to make our own concrete factory so we can make 1,500 concrete. Steel scaffolding, we're good there. I think I have enough steel to be able to make 500 steel scaffolding. So I'm relatively confident that we're good on the steel scaffolding. We just have to make it. Then we need to make 1,000 clinker brick blocks. That's going to be a bit of work. Because we need, okay, first of all, a ton of bricks, which means we're going to need a ton of clay to make the brick blocks. And then we're going to need nether bricks, which we have a bunch of nether bricks already. And we can go to the nether, turn our dragon's breath on, and just clear out wide scopes of nether and automatically forge them into nether bricks. So that's not going to be a problem. It's just going to be a matter of crafting 1,000 of them. So I think we're okay on that. And then crafting, making 1,000 of the concrete. Or sorry, 1,500 of the concrete. Although JC has a gazillion concrete already made, we should probably get our own factory set up to make our own, so we're at the ready. And then we are needing the creosote to make our treated wood planks. We've got the copper made to make the copper shingles, we just have to make it. And then I think we have the iron to make this, we just need to make a ton of glass to make the framed glass. So it's just going to be a matter of making it and running it through the process. I think we'll have it. We just need creosote, glass, clay, and making the concrete. But yeah, I'm going to have to do some research to figure out how to make this conveyor belt thing work. So that I don't have to manually move things around. I'm sure there's just a step I'm missing because I'm not familiar enough with Create. As I don't know if after we get this particular quest... I don't know if after we get this quest done, if we ever need this again or not. So I don't want to set this up and put a lot more effort into it for something we only need to do these 4 quests, you know, these 4 items for, and then we're never using it again. Because, you know, that's a lot of effort for something we're only using once. That's only going through 5 times, and that's being made in the pressure chamber. So for the large one, we don't have to do all this. So that makes me feel better. Okay. I say that's what we'll do is let me go research this and see if I can learn how to work on those mechanical belts. And hopefully I can figure it out, and we'll come back here tomorrow and have a plan. A plan would be lovely. So let me put the shaft and the wrench and the mechanical belt and that brass ingot and the planks and my goggles and the gearbox and the wrench and that wood and the torch and the dandelion. Get the rest of my equipment back. We still have that treasure map we can do tomorrow. Okay. I think we're in good shape. So we just need to get our sooty bee stuff processed so we can get more creosote oil. And then we need to figure that thing out. Yeah, it's this mod pack, I'm telling you. This mod pack is insane. It is really a challenge. I'm telling you. It is working the brain cells in ways I was not expecting. That is for sure. I want to get this check mark done. I can come back and start working on trying to get this check mark done. Yeah. Okay. I think we have a game plan. I think. I'll say good night to Potox 2 and good night to Sheepette. And good night to our new kitty cat. Good night, new kitty cat. Yes, good night. And thank you everybody for hanging out today. Between the two streams, we were on for 10 hours. So, not a 12-hour stream, but it was pretty darn long. And we did get a lot of progress made. We did get our second of the boxes done. So the engineering student meals complete. So that is very nice. We spent our entire morning session grinding out potions in our potion brewer. That's basically the entire morning session. We were making potions. But we got it done, and the second box is finished. So I am happy about that. We got Potox 2, we got our cat replaced, so that is all good. And we have a game plan for tomorrow while we watch the Chiefs and the Raiders on Monday Night Football. So that should be a ton of fun. So hopefully you can all come back, join us. It should be, I hope, a ton of shenanigans, as District would say. And hopefully I will be able to find a video that shows me how to set up that roundabout on the mechanical belt, and then we'll be in good shape to finish up these things, unless I find I'm running out of another piece of equipment. So, this has been Enigmatica 6 Expert Mode. Like I said, we've been going, I think, 9 hours and some change today between both installments. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you did, I hope you'll consider dropping a follow on the channel. We are growing slowly but surely, and I do appreciate all of the fantastic support of all of my followers. I will be uploading tonight's installment to YouTube, where the entire archive of the series can be found. I will drop a link to YouTube here in the chat if you would like to come and check that out. We also have our Sevtech Ages series. We'll be picking that up here this week. And we also stream a day or two a week of Lost Ark. We'll be picking that up again on Tuesday now that AV Navy has her power back. So we were putting those series on hold until she was able to come back because it wouldn't be the same streaming either one of those series without her. And she got hit by Fiona when it hit Puerto Rico. And so now that she's got her power back and she is able to join us again, we'll be coming back with both of those series. So I will bid you all a good night, and we will pick this up tomorrow. Plan will be E6E tomorrow, Lost Ark on Tuesday, Sevtech on Wednesday. So with that, I will bid you good night, everybody. Thanks again so much for joining me, and we will catch you next time. Good night, everybody.